Yeah, looks like we're ready. All right. Oh, nope, we're not. Hold on. Do. I moved that thing. Where did it go? There it is. Whatever. All right. So, good evening. Let me get my mic over here. I am so good at this. Oh, I'm so good at this. God damn it. I'm the best at this. All right. Should stop cussing. Is it Merry Saturday evening? So I've been working on a little bit of something the last hour or two, but here's kind of my goals tonight. So I'm going to be working on the level editor, and I'm going to be working on using addressables for loading or content, loading, streaming like content in and out of the game and in and out of memory. I was approaching the modding system with Lua using the resources folder, and it's a simple approach. It's real simple to do. You just put stuff in there. But I found out, well, from what I understand, is when you use resources, it can only be what is included at the time of the build. Resources are like a one and done thing. You can't update it afterwards, which I'm sure there's some workaround to that, but that's not a good modding support approach. So I'm going to try addressables, Unity's addressable system, to create and then see about, that's what I want to do. Continued work on the Lua modding support, and I figured out how I'm going to allow people to use Lua to interact with the game. So I will expose data, or well, one, they can get information about the game, the state of the game, different stuff. So they can get the player's inventory, they can get the enemies information, they can get the levels information, they can access this in the Lua script and then do stuff with it, and then save it back or update it in the world. And then that's kind of be how the interaction is going to be. So I will implement some Lua functionality probably for the game, but I think a lot of it is going to be Lua accessing exposed methods from the game, C# I'm writing, and then I register those data types so they can work with the return of that method in the Lua script, and then I'll have a method where they can update it, basic CRUD option, like create, read, update, and delete functionality through, and that's kind of, I think, how I'm going to make it work. And then also they'll be able to subscribe to events and have their Lua fire off on game events. And then they can register events for the game to respond to. I don't know how that would, maybe, I don't know if I'll have it, if I can. Yeah, no, I do want to be able to react to Lua events. Anyways, they can invoke an event, and that will trigger me to do something. So like some stuff they do won't be like a method or whatever. It's them actually probably invoking an event, and I'm subscribed to them, and then I would do something in the game, like refresh, I don't know, something. All right, so one of the big things here is, so I am doing a level editor, right? You can build the whole level piece by piece or whatever. So right now, today, which I'm in the middle of updating this, but I used a list. This is called direct referencing. So I have a list and a script of game object. Well, I did. And then I put all the placeable object. Then I have every object that you can place in the level has a script on it called placeable object details. And then I would just loop through those, and that's how I was working it. Now that is not sustainable for a large list of objects. So once this list gets big, and it's kind of big here, it just gets unwieldy. It's unmanageable. It's not a very good approach. And two, right now I'm instantiating. So I would say this was a door, even though it says type mismatch right now. Say it's a door, and I'm spawning doors. I'm instantiating them, and they're individual instances, and each mesh for those doors and the materials is a draw call or draw calls that are happening today. So if you go to your game window, you go to stats, you can see save by batching and batches. I think this is a draw call, set calls, set pass calls, somewhere in here. I think it's right here. So everything there, every mesh, every object is creating a draw call, or it can be. And you can save by batching by one on the materials of the object. So if I select this guy, go to his material, and I go to advanced options, I go enable GPU instancing. Now this material is able to be GPU instanced. I would also, that's cool. Okay, we're going to get into addressables. I have not ever done addressables, but you're going to learn with me tonight. I get the concept. I've read some documentation, and I've, been chatting back and forth with Copilot on it and Google and stuff. So I get it, and that's the approach I'm going to try now, just because I can dynamically load assets better from the modding system. Whereas with this system here and loading resources, I believe the resource of the bundle or whatever happens when you use resources and direct referencing, it just, it's not something you kind of extend in runtime. You can still load in runtime. It's just, yeah. Okay. So let's get back to the list real quick. GPU instancing. I think I'm going to tackle this one first just because I'm excited to see it working. I'm going to just break this out. All right. So these pieces are going to be my new, oh yeah, let's do this. In edit mode. Okay, whatever. I was going to make it default to something, but we're fine. All right. So all these pieces here, these yellow pieces, now have the placeable objects details. So I want to zero out this array here. My cat keeps hitting the numlock key. I keep having to remember to do it. So now I'm going to take all these guys. Do I want to update their prefabs? We'll just reference them from the scene for now. Then I'll create them as unique prefabs or update them. Oh, that's right. No, okay. I'm in the middle of... Oh, they're scriptable objects now, so I got to create one of them for each one of these. Boo. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to create a placeable object processor that will take, I can select a prefab and it will build a scriptable object of placeable object. Because if I got to do this by hand for hundreds, maybe thousands of building pieces, I'm going to cry. So we're going to do the legwork up front to automate the creation of these pieces, these meshes, becoming part of the level editor. So let's create one by hand, and then we'll create a script to bulk it. I want to do the wall. It's just kind of the most common. Wall 1x3. So another part of this is these pieces need to be conformed to my grid system. Oh, what's the easy way of doing it? I think I found an asset to allow me to do this without getting into Blender. What was it called? Hey, Sarah, what's up, man? Transform. How you been? Oh, let me look at my purchase history here because I have a asset spending problem. Oh, that's hot reload. I'm doing good. Good. Yeah. I created a list to try to keep my ADD focused tonight. But I'm going to be implementing a GPU instancing for the level editing pieces that you place. I'm going to be using addressables for my like scriptable objects and be able to load like the list, all the scriptable objects. I can stream them asynchronously with addressables instead of like having them at direct reference in the inspector as a list. Radial menu work, I'm going to continue polishing that and then try to keep, I'm trying to think ahead, like, and pool the objects, like, because the radial menu is going to have like 10 things you can pick, right? So the preview that's following the mouse for the level editor, and instead of instantiating it whenever you switch objects, like as soon as you switch radial menus, I asynchronously in the background instantiate the pieces on that wheel. And now the preview will just switch between the objects, no instantiation, and it was all asynchronously done. So if I can say, if the list is empty and they change, I will just have a little spinning wheel. That way they know the preview's loading and then the piece will be in there. It's kind of my how I'm envisioning in my head. And so I figured out how I'm going to allow the Lua to work and how modders will interact with the game via Lua scripts. I don't want to write in Lua. I don't. No, I don't. So I'm not going to build I don't think I'm going to do a lot of infrastructure work on the side, on the Lua side, right? I'm just going to expose methods using, whatever the hell that library is, Moonsharp, whatever it is. I'm going to expose methods like the player's inventory. They, from the Lua script, can say, give me player.inventory, and you'll get a list of the items. They can do something to the list and then give the list back and update it or something. But the modders will manipulate the game using CRUD, create, read, update, and delete functions for the game's data. So I can just, as I go, I can expose more and more game objects and data to the Lua scripts and basically as long as they have the CRUD functionality to the game information, and that's our exchange. That's how it works back and forth. I get to write in C#. Everyone can mod my game via Lua, and I will have to do minimal infrastructure work on the Lua side because anything they need, I will just expose as a function. Or, some way like that. Anyways, let's get to it. Very excited. Okay, so I got to find this asset I just bought recently. Or did I? It's like... real. Gizmos. Transform gizmos. That's what I was looking for. And it's called the way it should have been by default. So here's my thinking here. Let me get my ears on. So what this mod does is it gives you size. And that, I'm hoping, if we look at Blender, is dimension, essentially. So this cube right here in Blender is dimensions 2, 2, 2, right? Yeah, it's a scale of 1, but this is its dimensions. And if you go from the front, 2 units, 1 Blender unit, 1 Blender unit, so you got 4 Blender units right here, and then it's 2 wide, so it's 2 by 2 by 2. That is my game grid is 2 by 2 Unity units, and Blender's dimensions map perfectly to the Unity units. So anything I want to get to fit in my grid, so like these meshes and stuff here, I'll take into Blender, and then even though this one may be bigger than 2 by 2, I can manipulate them and to a 2 dimension, and they'll now fit in my grid. So this asset pack that doesn't work with my game, I can quickly modify to work on my tile grid and fit with my building system. Now some pieces obviously have caveats to that, like but for the most part that recipe works. But I want to be able to do that in Unity, and that's where I'm hoping this asset comes in handy, because I can just say I can set it to the grid size over here without going to Blender. So I'm going to go ahead and purchase this in the hopes that's what's going to happen. And that's what's going to, yeah, that's what I'm going to doing it. Pixel prototype players. This is another thing. So I was wanting to, for the level editor, objects, when you place objects that aren't like really grid based, they're kind of decorative objects. I wanted to have gizmos that people are familiar with. So why not do it like, this? So I'm looking into runtime, transform gizmos, how I might do it, or, these, I think there was one that gave me red flags, and the other one was fine. Since does not support first person, and this is a skill issue right here. You gotta be able to learn when reviews are just skill issues. Oh, I don't know what to do. All right, no, I'm joking. He probably knows what he's doing. So this, again, when I look at an asset, how long ago has it been updated? But again, I think this is a pretty safe one. The reviews look good. And again, I really like the feature set, or
on the train, on the grid cells, right? Okay. Then you have the move gizmos. The rotation gizmos right here. Yeah, there you go.
So what I've decided to do, since I've learned how to leverage Lua and modding finally, because just modding support has always been like this vague thing, or it was not vague, it's just you can't find, it's always so specific to the game that's being built. It's hard to find any information on how to do it outside of high level information. And like, oh, we use these tools, and but then we did all these things internally in our game to facilitate it. But now that I've got Lua support, I really want C# scripting, but I'm embracing Lua because there's less headache around security and locking it down. Whereas C#, you gotta lock things down, because C# scripts could have access to a lot more stuff than the Lua embedded language. All right, let me finish this. All righty. I really hope if this one better transform allows me to 2x2 models in Unity to my grid, because I can use the scale and try to get it to match up on my grid, but it's never, it can have like if I don't have it perfect, that collider can slip over into the next tile and trip up the the level grid system. Like, you don't want, they got to fit perfectly in there. All right. Yes, pay now. God damn it. This tool better work. If it is, I'm gonna cry, because it just makes my workflow a breeze. I pull model in scene. I press I set to 2. I done. It work on my grid. I cry. I cry. Happy tears. And here's going to be, we're going to learn about this asset and review it in real time. Wait. Tiny Giants. Is it made by the same guys? If it's the Tiny Giant guys, I know this is going to be a banger. Yeah, Tiny Giant Studio. Yeah, that guy makes, or whoever, if it's a team, they make great assets. I enjoy their products. I am a fan. There's a tiny mountain. I don't know. It's tiny something. All right. Another really cool thing about addressables is it's better on memory management. I can make sure only just what I want to be included is included via addressables. But I know there's some headaches around addressables too. Let's see if I run into them tonight. And maybe I should investigate those more before I get too deep. Let's go ahead and just ask the wizard. What are some downsides to addressables? Unities. Oop. All right, so complexity, learning curve, setup and maintenance. Properly setting up and maintaining addressables can be time consuming, especially for large projects with many assets. Performance overhead. So the startup time of your application can have some overhead. Asynchronous loading is beneficial for performance. It can introduce challenges in managing the timing and order of asset loading, potentially leading to race conditions or delays in asset availability. Not if you got a long enough loading screen. No. Debugging and profiling. Difficult to debug. Debugging issues related to addressables can become more challenging compared to traditional management. Problems with assets, references, loading failures, or incorrect labels can be harder to trace. Profiling the performance impact of addressables, especially in terms of memory usage and loading times, can be more complex. I don't like that. Using addressables can lead to a larger build size due to the inclusion of asset bundles. Managing these bundles effectively is crucial to avoid bloating the application. Improper use of addressables can lead to asset duplication where the same asset is included in multiple bundles, increasing the overall size. Addressables rely on bundle assets, which have dependencies on other bundles. Managing these dependencies and ensuring they are correctly resolved can be complex. Handling different versions of assets and ensuring compatibility between them can be challenging, especially in live applications with frequent updates. Addressables may behave differently across platforms, leading to platform-specific issues that need to be addressed separately. I don't care about WebGL or mobile. I'm really only targeting PC. Properly managing memory when addressables is crucial. Failing to unload unused assets can lead to memory leaks and increase memory usage. How can I mitigate the performance overhead introduced by addressables? Preload essential assets during the initial loading phase, avoid delaying players' gameplay. This can be done by calling addressables load as sync for crucial assets at the start of your level. Use asset labels efficiently. Organize your assets using labels to load only the necessary assets for a particular scene or level. This reduces the amount of memory loaded into, or data loaded into memory. To avoid blocking the main thread. Yeah, that's a given. Unload assets that are no longer used to free up memory. Keep bundles small to reduce loading times. Minimize dependencies between bundles to avoid loading unnecessary assets. Profile and monitor performance. Enable caching for addressables to reduce loading times for assets that are frequently used. This can be done by configuring the cache settings and addressable settings. Batch asset loading. Load assets in batches to reduce the number of load operations. This can be done by grouping assets with similar loading requirements and loading them together. Lazy loading. Load assets only when they are needed. For example, load assets for a specific level area only when the player enters that area. We're learning. We're learning. Open profiler, set a profiler. Profiler begin sample. Profiler end sample. Oh, what the hell? That's cool. I wonder if that's like has consequences or I can just do that like everywhere. Interesting. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just put that here and comment it out for now because I want to know that. But I don't know if I want that like always in there. All right. So I've already kind of done some of the legwork. One, I have switched from a list of game object or a game object with a script on it that has the placeable object data. And I gotta get a better name than placeable object. Something shorter. That's just a mouthful. But basically, this is a piece, an object that can be placed by the level editor, and all its information that is needed for it. I'm going the scriptable object route, but I may go JSON. And that may be what I keep stored. Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. We'll keep a scriptable object for now, but so I got to be able to create these. So I got to go, unfortunately, to really get this working, I'm going to create this by hand and then create the processor for it. And yeah. All right. So let's just get one piece in here. Wall 1x3. Doop. There we go. All right, so there's that. 100 health is not walkable, and no pivot offset is for this object. So now we have one scriptable object. Shit. Whatever. Where the hell is it? You son of a bitch. All right, so we're gonna pin you. So now we have one piece that can go in the level editor. We got both some fuckers. We're just gonna work with one piece for now. So that wall piece, we want to do this. GPU instancing is on for this material. I don't think I need to do this right now. I don't think I need to make it addressable for this. So that's good. When it starts up, key. All right, so default local group. Hey, Simo, how's it going over there on YouTube? I got a heavy water. Working on some C#, Unity game development, level editor stuff for my game. Trying to do it all fancy and dynamic and using addressables and optimized things. But anyways, I'm actually down a rabbit hole. Before I get down that rabbit hole, I needed to go down another rabbit hole. Why didn't anyone stop me? So we purchased Better Transform from Tiny Giant Studios. You guys love documentation, I hope. It's good stuff. I hate writing it. It's good stuff to have. Oh. Got like the fourth wall breakage going on. Yep. I closed the space-time vortex behind me. Y'all, I just saved the world. All right, no additional information is required. Just import the package and you are done. Oh, this is my kind of documentation. One pager. We's done. Now let's select our piece. And that's a 1x3. One by wall, 1x3. Look at that. It is auto magic. So it has a size of 1.3 and a Z of 0.1. So I do think this is going to do what I want. So if I hit Control Backspace, I've snapped this piece to my grid, or to the grid, and it also conveniently snaps it to the center, or the pivot to the center of my grid coordinates. Pretty sure that's right. Crap. I'm gonna make all these obstacles for a second here. Hold on. Obstacles. Rescan. There we go. All right, now you can kind of see my grid coordinates. I unfortunately was trying to get the... No, wait, is it lined up? It isn't. So this is gonna go... Not that color. Not that color. No. That's good enough. All right. All right. So now you can see my grid here. Whenever I scan it, it will scan the environment. It will look for anything in the obstacles layer with a mesh or a box, any kind of collider, and then it will make it not walkable. So the red box means not walkable. This means walkable. So this piece, like I was saying, it's the pivot. It's snapped to the center of my tile, but you can see even it's obviously not the size of my tile. So let's see if we can fix that. So if we go to here, and then I can drag it. Boom. No. Three meters by 1 meter. Why is it still 1 meter? Oh my god, this is just scaling. Why can't I... Oh, please tell me this is what I think it is. Oh, shit. If this allows me... Whoa, what the fuck has happened? Oh, okay. So when I snapped it to grid... Did I change the pivot somehow? Guess I did. Weird. I didn't like that. Oh. To meet child objects for an automatic size calculation, you can change the amount from the settings. What? Oh, parent. Got you. I don't want that. My unit. The unit used by size. Let's go ISO Damn it. Perfect. Now, so it was 10, now I'm gonna make it, or it was 5, I'm gonna make it 10. Now 10 hopefully fits, because I don't understand this tool yet. Yeah, see, it's, should be able to double this. Which again, I could just, oops, that's not 2. Why is that? I think meter is what I want to operate in. I swear that looks like it's, you know, right on the halfway mark. So I should be able to just double it. This is easily done in Blender, which I may do. I want to continue this fight for a second. That's fucking handy. Being able to ping the parent. Oh my god, that'll save me so much scrolling. Oh yeah, game development can be hard. It's just, there's certain tools, there's certain ways you can do game. Sorry, I'm bad at, I've just started streaming back again after months. But it can be hard, but the tools are really powerful now. There's also really awesome tools that can kind of like, you got your Copilots, your chat GBTs and stuff that can help you explain stuff to you, even though you don't have like a real-time mentor. There's YouTube video series that are really easy to kind of find and use. You know, like it's, I really like Unity and C#. I like C# as a programming language in general. I recommend it. But you know, everyone kind of finds their own path through programming, but it's a pick one language, an object oriented language like C# or whatever, a Java, and learn it like the back. Just learn it, focus on it. Don't stress about other languages. And what you'll notice that you now should be able to jump into other languages because they all really share the same constructs and like ideas under the, in the sense that the wording, the if statements, you know, it all writes about the same. After you're comfortable in one, you should be able to change up to another one if you need to in the future. But I personally like, you know, solo focusing on a language and just really mastering it too. C#, my bae, my boo. All right, I think I'm going to just blender this so I can get past this problem. So we're going to find this mesh here. Going to right click, show and explore. Now I know where it is, right here. Wall 1-3 here in models. I'm going to copy that. This is one thing I wish Blender would allow me to just open an FBX directly up from the folder. You got to import it. And it drives me crazy. If I could just get rid of these steps right here, I would be happy. And there's probably some tool I don't know about. But for now, we're just going to work with this. All right, so we've got our wall piece here in Blender. And again, like I was saying earlier, really all I'm going to do is two dimension here on the X, and then I'm going to hit GX. Oh wait, GX control. That way it's snapping, and boom. Did I let go? Wait, let me try that one more time. GX control, holding down control. Snap, 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 snap. I need to zoom out. Hold on. Geo control. There we go. All right, perfect. Now it's center. So you think of this little point right here, that little orange. Oh shit. Actually, that orange dot. I need that orange dot. Wherever that orange dot is in Blender is going to be your pivot point in Unity. So do I want it centered? Yes, I want it centered for my thing. So I'm going to say, no, I want to right click origin to 3D cursor, because I know the 3D cursor is at world origin. So now if you go to straight, we're on the middle. I want this on the center of the geometry. No, I know what to do. We're going to point to this bitch. And then GY with snap. There we go. Now that point is at the bottom. So if you look at it from the front, it's at the very bottom and it's at the center. And if you look at it from the side, it's in the center. That, and you can use basically Control S to change your cursor. So I can say cursor to or shit, whatever. You can move around this guy. I'm dumb. There's like, I forget how to do it. I'm telling you, I know how to work Blender. Anyways, this is set up. It's good. I'm now going to export it back to Unity. So I've got this where this fits my grid perfectly. And I'm going to try to figure out a way to make this process easier. What I could have done is dumped all the models that I wanted to do this to on, like drag them from prefabs, and that way they're all on top of each other and at a single point. Export that as a whole thing, as them, parent them to an object, export that as an FBX, and then I can now bulk change all those pieces at one time. Why didn't I do that automatically? Anyways, that's what I'm gonna do. But still, this is the process. So now I'm done editing the mesh for my grid. I'm going to export it. But I'm going to export it into my models as wall 1x3 0 1. I think is what I'm going to name that. All right, so now we go back to Blender or Unity. This piece still looks the same because I did not export the mesh to there on top of it. I'm leaving the original there. I exported to my model thing. What did I export it to? Models, walls, models. What the fuck is this? Not where I wanted it to go. I put it in the wrong spot. All right, now we're gonna drop. Woof. All right, that's another thing you gotta remember. Okay, so when you import the FBX to Blender, we get that orthographic. You notice that wall's got a little glow to it. There's a camera and a light on it. You need to remember to delete these. Or you can set it to not export them, but I just delete them. They will get exported to Unity. So we're gonna go Editor. There we go. Now I'm come back and boom, see all that light's gone. So that's how I took this mesh and why is it different? This one's all nicked up and stuff. What's happened? Actually, I think that's okay, but I still want to know why. Oh, P. I did 1, and I bet you 1 is just a smooth wall. Yep. P is for, I don't know, roughed up or something, whatever you want to call it. We're going to use this one anyways. All right. So now you notice this piece is now, if I snap it, if I get it in about the same spot that one's at, like, you know, roughly, hit snap. Okay, there's some kind of line or, oh fuck, I know. I'm sitting here thinking, oh my god, see that line right there? I've been thinking this entire time that's one of my grid lines. It is not one of my fucking grid lines. Son of a bitch. I bet you that tool was working this entire time. Well, I'm happy actually. It works. Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought this tool was not doing what I wanted to do at all. And so I was like, oh, I'll go do it in Blender. And then I come back and realize I had shaded fucking wireframe on here. So I was confusing this line right here for one of my grid lines. Oh, I about abandoned this whole tool idea. I was like, fuck it, it's not doing what I want. I'm heartbroken. Now, look, you see all that workflow I just did? That workflow is now a couple clicks, presses. Oh my god. And it's accurate. Well, let's find out. That case right there is pretty cut and dry. That's a half, you know, it was one scaled. And that's what gets me is, oh, I guess the scale's going to match every time. We need something that's just like not like a square, but has that I want to fit in the grid tile. You. I want you. Wait, are you... I might have been using that for something. This guy right here. This is good. This is a good example. So let's come over here. Let's turn off wireframe. Now we see our true grid. And this guy, no matter how you kind of move him, let me make my grid easier to see. Hold on. Show outline, show surface. Color that I can stand to look at. It's kind of good. And you guys can see. I don't like piss yellow. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. There, that's fine for now. Anyways, you see this model, our game object doesn't fit in the grid, right? So I can see its size is 2, but it's greater than 2. So that's let me get rid of the rotation here. All right, so let's go to isometric. A lot of this stuff, isometric is like the best way to look at line shit up and like see stuff. So I'm gonna go up, crap. Well, I guess. So we see here it's poking out on this side. It kind of fits over here, but I'm gonna select it. Now I'm gonna take this down to 2. And then I'm gonna snap it to grid too. I forgot to do that. Boom. Shakalaka. Now this asset is now, it went from not able, it doesn't fit on my grid to fits on my grid, because I can use real world units or meters, translate it to this object's scale proportionately, which is brilliant. I love it. I highly recommend it. Great $20. Oh, another thing this does, you can copy, paste, and reset. I think reset. Yeah. You can do this. Normally you got to go like copy, or if you hit it up here, you got to go copy, position, rotation, scale, or a component. So you get it all. Now you got buttons to do copy, paste, and reset. So there's less mouse clicks. This improves the transform tool a lot. And the fact that you can ping the parent, so you're on an object like 100 deep in a parent and you don't want to scroll up, and you can just do that. Like, that's brilliant too. I love it. Highly recommend it. All right, let's get back to it. So no more going to Blender to adjust stuff for my game engine. Like that was a daunting thought of having to do constantly. I'll admit that. It was a daunting thought for everything. Now I don't have to. I'm learning, growing. Things are getting better. Weird though. Why is the labels for that guy still selected and not? That's bugged out or something. Like that should be moving between objects, maybe. Oh, it's cool that you can switch between local and world space too now. That's handy. Alrighty. Actually, that's stupid handy. Because, yeah, you select something as a child before, you got, like, this is 12, but it's 12 from its parent's origin, right? Now you can do this, be like, oh, it's at 49 in the world. Fucking yes. Yes, this tool is pretty dope. I've done a lot of talking, not a lot of work. All right, so we have one piece for the level editor. Let me get back on track. I wish someone had like a dinger. Be like, hey, get focus. All right, we got one piece in the level editor. The level editor now can load. This is where I'm confused. How am I marking? Actually, I think I know how to do it. There's groups and labels. I think I need to use a group. Yeah, I figured it was a group. And then I got to pack up the assets. So group, add assets to addressables, assign labels to assets. Verify the label, ensure the label is correctly assigned to the assets, check the labels in the build addressable. So this is a label. You assign it to a group and you give it a label. So the group is like the bundle, the label is its identifier inside the group, where it's also a group essentially. All right, so default local group. Um, since my game is a grid, what is the name I want to use? I hate placed object as a name. I'm just going to call it block. All right, so this has got a label of block. It's addressables is a very advanced kind of concept in game dev and stuff. Like, yeah, like I'm just learning it tonight. It's not, I mean, it's not super complicated, but it's, I'm not an expert at it, so I'm fumbling my way through. I need a bigger water bottle, honestly. This one's not big enough. It's, when it's full, it's not so easy to do one-handed. All right, so now we have that in there. It is associated with block. So what we need to do in our code is, well, I'm going to call it blocks. Okay. And then they said build. That's right. Talking about Copilot like it's a person. And anyone who's like, oh, these coding AI bots are like crap, or they're for newbies or whatever. I have been programming since I was 11 years old. I write software for a large Fortune 1500 or 15 company. They ship, my stuff affects and ships, it does a lot of stuff around the world. Like I've been writing software forever, and it doesn't make me a bad coder that I'm using this. This is just saving me time, effort. It's so much better than jumping to Google. It's also reducing the amount of typing because I know what I want done and I can go do it. I can type it out, but now I can just, say what I want and get it done most of the time. And what I'm most excited about is the less typing. Like my hands, carpal tunnel, all that. That is the biggest W. All right, so we build asset management groups, build, new build, default build script. We are about to see our very first asset, or level editor piece loaded in. Watch this, like addressables causes like a 15-minute like loading window or some crazy shit in my workflow. If it's got to compile shaders to fucking build this, that's not good. Okay. It's like, what the fuck? So one, we're going to refactor placeable object as blocks. So we're going to refer to anything you place with a level editor as a block. And a block can represent all kinds of shit, not just, you know, because it could be a multi-tile piece. It could just be, you know, different things. All right, taking my shoes off. Getting serious now. How can I see? Placeable objects by ID is private. I want to make this public so I can see. Although I don't think that's going to serialize, but we'll find out. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Let's attach and play. Now, before I get too deep with addressables to where it's like, you know, catastrophically annoying to back out of it, I'm going to kick the tires on a few concepts, just to see if I, you know, run into pain points. And it's mostly around modding. It's like whenever if I can't use it to load mods and it's not, you know, convoluted and confusing, you know. Placeable objects by ID. So we didn't, oh, I didn't set a breakpoint. It's okay. We can do this. All right. So it got a 0. Oh shit, I didn't. No wonder. So now I got a breakpoint where I want it also. I love me a good breakpoint. Mm-hmm. A breakpoint is, it allows me to have the game stop at a certain line of code. So here's the code for the game. I set a breakpoint here. As soon as the game reaches this line of code to run it, it will stop everything, the game, and pause it and let me look at the code. And then I can continue on with it. If you're still there, Simo, it's really awesome. It's called debugging. You know, it's one of the debugging techniques. Am I attached? I'm attached. I just wasn't playing, sorry. So this should automatically hit when the game starts because it's in the start method of the script. Every Unity script has a start method that gets called at the start of the game. There's a couple of common methods: start, awake, update, late update, different things like that. All right, so see, we hit our breakpoint. Oh, wait, why didn't that hit? I bet you I've got an error now that I've converted to scriptable objects. So that should have hit, and that, since it didn't, I think this is bombing out or this is bombing out. It's probably this. That works. Wasn't that? There it is. There it was. So that was me walking the code. I was hitting F10 to like walk it one line at a time, and I was waiting for an error to happen. And when I tried to step over this line, it immediately jumped to the update method down here. So I know it bombed out. So a handy way to not have to walk to the error is to go to your exception settings here in Visual Studio. And then if you got these both white boxed, oh, come on. Oh no, I want check marked. I want both check marked. This will catch and stop on it most major errors at the lower level. Or well, if an exception is thrown, it'll stop at that exception instead of me trying to set breakpoints and walk to the thing to the problem or try to find the problem that way. I can turn these guys on hot. Basically, you're saying catch everything, whereas before it's kind of catching certain things. Because this can also lead to annoyance and catching shit that isn't part of your code. There is a downside to it, but mostly it always works. So here I'm going to take that out of the update there. What's going to happen is we're going to see like right there. Yeah, this isn't even my code. It caught this here. Actually, is this from... And the call stack is this is basically the execution order or the code. Like you can walk backwards. So the code was here, which I can't load that class. The code was there. Unity Moon Sharp. Yeah, this error is not one error that I care about. This isn't either. Like I said, this is a VS. Yeah. It'll pick up shit that isn't part of your video game, but it'll also stop on that error that you're having trouble getting to. So now what I could do is I could hit F10 and then I can hit F11 to step into this and then start stepping through that. But what I'm going to do is just hit F10 to step over it, and it should fire on the exception. There we go. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, I could have so this is the particle system. I extracted it out of the level editor because the level editor can do particles, and I wanted to trim this class down, and I forgot to get this all set up. So hold on, let me do that. So if we go here, under here, we're going to create a new game object. Level editor particle system manager. I just wanted this code out of my level editor to placement particle. Shit, I put down the wrong thing, didn't I? There we go. Placement particle. Fuck. Damn it, what did I have? Ah, shit. All right, we're just gonna do red. We're gonna do blob for now. Lock it in here. This is when you click to place a piece, it will use it. It will play this particle. And I'm just gonna use that for now. Now we go to level editor. We drag our level editor particle system manager right here. Now everything will be right with the world. And we will, you know, I'm so confident that's going to work. I'm just going to hit play. Yes, sir. So, dude, I think it worked because I got the piece there. I think. Yep. I think it worked. If it did, I'm excited. I see. Now I got to turn those exceptions back down because I don't want to catch all this bullshit. So to reset this, you got to right click anywhere in here and restore defaults. Powerful tool can make your life a nightmare by catching shit that you don't care about, or that isn't really involved with you. Other people's mistakes, system libraries, things like that. So now we've hit my breakpoint. Shit, it's still 0. On placeable object loaded. Oh yeah, I guess we can see if we got a log for it. All right. Man, am I wanting to bite this shit off? I am. I is. Let's see if we get in here. One sec. I'm gonna go get a piece of pizza and go to the bathroom. Give me just a moment. I gotta see this real quick. All right. All right. Hey, it is working. Got in there. Succeeded. There we go. It's in there. Now if I hit F5. Oh. Okay, it was working. Wait. The hell. Swear this was 0 before. Okay, it worked. Maybe. Let's now do it with no breakpoints. I have got to go to the bathroom though. Let's get that over with. Alrighty. So the last thing we did was we saw. No, this. I'm gonna see if it's loaded now. Count. Okay. So this method is a one-shot call and it gets everything. And again, this is a more of an advanced kind of concept, but think I've got it working. Seems like it. This is what I can do. So I can have a Boolean, I think, to track if this is loaded. Doing a little cleanup here real quick. All right, so we know the material on this is GPU instanced. Windows analyzes frame debugger. I have no idea. Suppose I'm supposed to look for the word instanced. Hold on. And again, where's... Okay. Anyways, I'll figure that in a second. Let's... So we have loaded the placeable object into memory. And really what I'm doing here is I'm loading everything. But is that what I want to do? The answer is no, actually. Never should I ever load every object you can place in the world into memory so you can then place it into memory. That fucking BRB's up, isn't it? My God. I'm thinking. All right. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we have verifiable proof that I got addressables working. I loaded an object asynchronously with an addressable for the level system. Now, that did not work. Uh, let me think. Now I want to see about modding it. So, simple question. How would someone use a Unity's addressable system to allow modders to use it to mod the game? Sorry, I didn't tighten my belt. Now my pants is like falling. But it's like too late in the night to be having a belt all tight. All right, define a modding framework. Create a clear structure, which I've already done. Create addressable asset groups for the modding content. This will allow you to load these assets dynamically at runtime. Mod path. How can I handle conflicts? Looks like addressables is what I want, man. It really is. Allow users to specify the load order of mods. Mods loaded later can override assets from mods loaded earlier. Mod data. Conflict resolve. This is gonna be fucking sweet. All right. All right. Actually, give me one more second. I'm gonna grab something, and then we are gonna fucking implement modding with addressables tonight. All right. So let's take it back up here. So its mod structure is like this, where my mod structure is I'm gonna clean house here soon. Still need some of this junk for prototyping, but a lot of it's gonna get the axe. So here's my mod structure. You got versus theirs. So the mod folder, which is the name of it, media, which I kind of like assets, but an icon poster, and then in here you're gonna have your FBX files, your items, Lua recipes, all that good stuff. So it sounds like they can use Unity to build their fucking mods with this system. Um, so create a Unity project for the mod. The build pass. A folder with in the mod directory. Copy built addressables and the catalog JSON file to addressables content folder within the mod directory. Create the metadata to store the information about the mod, such as name, version, description. Place mod folder in game directory. Oh, this is so fucking badass. So people can just open Unity, create shit like they do every day in Unity, and that's how they mod my game now? With the Unity workflow? Interesting. Easy so far. So how, if I give them the API, how do I give them the API in the Unity project? Oops. Riddle me this. Ensure all that the necessary scripts, including level editor, are organized in a folder within your Unity project. Select the folder containing your scripts and assets, and then go to export package. Make sure to include all dependencies. Save the package. I don't really like giving them the Unity package with the straight up scripts in it. Or do I give a shit? Do I give a shit? I do. So obviously I'm only going to give them a limited number set of class. Custom object register. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Level editor instance custom object. Where's that code? Add the level editor prefab or script to the scene. Add a game object, attach the script to it. Assign the custom prefabs to the custom object script. Oh man. Is it really that fucking easy? There's gotta be some catch here. Gotta be a catch. There's always a catch. Is included with both the free and paid. All right. I mean, hopefully that's right. Says it's not a feature. I was worried it was locked behind like a Unity subscription or something like that. You know, something like that. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot something. What did I forget? What did I... This means I don't have to use Lua. If I use addressables, everyone can build their shit like I do in Unity. You can use Unity. You can use C Sharp. You can use all the things. Um, is that really? This is nuts. This is, oh my God, if this is gonna work, I am so fucking pumped. Everyone can just use Unity to build mods, man. Like, so fucking cool. I'm very excited. I very want to, boom, implement it. Tonight. So I'm going to do this. Is there anything I'm not? This is so badass. Oh my God. I love it. So this would be their addressable object or whatever that would come back. This is pretty fucking cool. All right. So I think our goal is to get a simple, stupid simple mod, probably this mod that we've been kind of talking through, working. And then I don't like, the thought of having to give them scripts, but I don't have to give them all the scripts. I just have to give them the pieces needed to run the things. But what about, so the level editor is based off of the grid. They don't need the pathfinding. They don't need the A-star pathfinding scripts, because those aren't scripts that I can easily distribute. So any assets that I need to modify, I'm going to probably have to create an interface between that will allow them to interface with it. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yep, that's it. They would. Is there videos on this? This is so cool, man. Like, maybe I can get.
Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey, and here let's learn how to use Unity Addressables. This lets you have more control over how your assets are loaded into memory. This is pretty crucial if you want to learn how to make larger scale games. You couldn't load an entire world kind of like Skyrim all at once. And also pretty helpful to keep your download and install size super small and only download and load the assets when you need them. Also, this video is a lecture taken from my Ultimate Unity Overview course. Unity is massive, so in the course I explain over 50 features and tools of the engine that you might not know about. There's individual lectures explaining tons of things like shader graph, assembly definitions, animation avatar, video player, and so on, as well as many other niche things that I couldn't possibly cover in normal YouTube videos. Also, the course will continuously be updated with free updates as I add more lectures explaining more tools and features. This specific lecture was added as part of the third free update that Addressables. This enables you to ask it to, so it helps you assets. We're going to learn all about Unity Addressables. This enables you to have more control over your assets. Instead of everything being loaded automatically, it only loads when you ask it to, so it helps you manage memory and also loading times, which can be an extremely important thing. Especially when making mobile games, you want your game to load as quickly as possible and then load some assets over time when they are needed, instead of forcing the player to stare at the loading screen for a long time. Also very importantly is Addressables is entirely asynchronous, so you're never waiting for your assets to load by looking at a frozen screen. It loads in the background and notifies you when it's ready. And there's also another part to this system which I'm going to cover in the next 2 lectures, which is how you can store those assets in a server in the cloud and dynamically push them to your players so they can get updated assets without having to push another build. You can download those assets from any server, like your own server, perhaps your own CDN, or a Unity solution called Cloud Content Delivery. But again, that's all in the next 2 lectures, so before that, let's just learn how it works locally. Okay, so let's start using Addressables. This is one of the most requested topics on the comments for this course, so let's learn about it. Thankfully, it's actually pretty simple and extremely powerful. Over here, I've got a simple empty scene, and all I have is a simple massive object. This one is pretty much an entire level environment, so if I drag it, it even takes quite a while over here in the Unity editor. There you go, just a massive environment with tons of objects. This prefab is intentionally meant to be really complex with lots of objects so we can then see the memory footprint. Let's first quickly see the main problem that Addressables helps solve, and then we're going to use it to fix it. Now with this, if I just hit on play, and yep, there it is, the game is playing and the object is here as you expect. But let's say you don't want to spawn the object right away, you want to spawn it on a player input. So for that, let's make a simple script. So let's create a new C# script, call it spawn object. Let's make a new game object to run it. Attach the script and open. So now here, let's listen to simple input. So let's just do a private void update. And over here, let's get a key down. Let's say the T key. So when we have this, then over here, let's instantiate a prefab. So let's add our reference here as a serialized field, a private transform for our prefab. So we have this, and then when we press, let's just call instantiate on this prefab. All right, that's it. Super simple. So this is the basic way to instantiate an object. Let's see. Here in the editor, just drag the prefab and let's hit on play. Okay, the game is running. There's no object. Now I press the button, and yep, there you go. It gets instantiated and spawned. Okay, great. So again, this is the standard way for how you can instantiate any prefab. However, when you do it like this, if you were to load this scene, even without actually spawning the object, it would still be included in memory. Basically, anything that is referenced in the scene, like for example, over here we have a reference on this object, because it is referenced by this object, it is going to be loaded when the scene loads, whether it is placed on the scene or not. We can make a quick build just to test it out. So let's just go into File, Build Settings, make sure to include this scene, and let's make a simple build. Alright, so here I've got the executable. Now let's click on it to open it and then count how many seconds the loading is actually going to take. So let's double click and wait for the win. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, there it is. So it took about 20 seconds to open. So that's the unloading time. Again, it's because it had to load that entire object into memory, even though again, right now we're looking at the scene and the scene is completely empty. And we can look in the task manager to see the memory footprint. Over here, we can see the executable is indeed taking 680 megabytes. Now, if I press the button to spawn it, and there you go, it does spawn it, and as you can see, the memory barely moved. So this is the problem. Ideally, you don't want that object to be loaded into memory until it's actually needed. Doing so will massively speed up the unloading time as well as memory usage while the object isn't being used. Just think of how impossible it would be to make massive games like Skyrim or GTA if you had the entire world loaded at all times. It would be pretty much unplayable. So now that we've seen the problem, let's learn about addressables and how they fix this. The first thing that we need is the package, so let's open up the window, open up the package manager, and then over here, let's make sure we are on it. Now to open, let's open up the groups window. Okay, this is the groups, and as you can see, we need the button because we pretty much need to create the addressable settings. So let's click on this button to create it automatically. And there you go, that creates a bunch of files that the addressable systems uses. And over here, we can now see the groups. And by default, it creates a default local group. Then manually, you can right click to create any groups that you want. So you can have as many groups as you want. Each of these separate groups is going to be built into a different asset bundle, but we're going to worry about that in a bit. So for now, let's stick just with the default group. Okay. Then once you've got the groups assigned, let me just drag it up here. So with the groups assigned, we can now add some objects onto it. And there are multiple ways to do it. And the simplest way is really just to drag and drop the object. So let's go over here into my project window. I've got my environment, so let's click and just drag and just drop it inside the local group. And there you go, it automatically adds the group, so I can see over there the environment prefab being added, and over here I've got the path to the environment. So with this object is already marked as addressable. Alternatively, you can select the file in the project files, and over here in the inspector you also see a toggle for addressable, and then you also see the underlying path. Now over here you can write whatever you want, you can modify the path if you want, but chances are you should really stick with the default path. We're going to see what the path means in a bit. Also, don't worry if you're already scared by the fact that the path is a string. We're going to see non-string methods for using addressables. Another option you have is simply to mark an entire folder as addressable. So for example, if you want to load tons of assets at once, you could make the folder itself addressable and load that. For example, over here, I've got a folder with a bunch of sprites inside. So instead of going individually and individually marking each of them.
Okay, so for this, what's really cool is I can just make my scripts folder, like my API scripts, a self-addressable folder, and that, yeah, then they can, yeah.
As addressable, I can just drag the folder and drop it over here into my group, and there you go, I've got an entire folder marked as addressable with all of the objects inside. Okay, so now that we have our environment prefab marked as addressable, let's load it through code. So first of all, before we do that, let's actually get rid of the previous script, the previous reference. Make sure we delete this, so this one is not included in the build, okay? Now let's make a new C# script. So let's create a new C# script, call it spawn object addressables. Let's make a game object to run it, and let's attach, okay? Now here, first thing we need is our namespace, and the main addressables namespace is inside using Unity engine.addressable assets. Then let's make some simple input just like we did a while ago. So void update if input. Let's get a key down on the T key. So that happens, let's load the object using addressables. And how we do that, we access the actual addressables class. And over here, let's use the function load asset async. Again, the entirety of addressables is asynchronous. The non-async methods, like for example here load async, you can see this one is marked as deprecated, so you are not supposed to use this. You are only supposed to use the async methods. Just in case you don't know, async means asynchronous, which also means that it doesn't block the main game thread. So the game never freezes, it keeps playing as an asset is loaded in the background in a separate thread. So let's use this function, and this one takes a key. This is going to be the path to our asset. So here in the addressables window, let's copy this path. So let's select it, copy the path here, and let's use it here. This one is a string. Again, don't worry if you're not a fan of strings. We're going to see a method that does not require strings in a bit. So that's it, just using the string. That's the only parameter it takes. Then also this function, as you can see, is a generic. So that means that we're going to return some type. And for this one, for a prefab, let's make it work as a game object. All right, so we have our function to load an asset, and we can see what this returns. So this returns an async operation handle. Let's add the using statement. So we've got async operations, and this one is going to return that. So an async operation handle of type game object. Okay, so we have this. And then on this operation handle, over here, we can subscribe to the completed event. So let's listen to this event. And when this event happens, over here, we've got the same async operation handle. Then on this one, first of all, we can check if the operation is successful. So let's check if this one dot, let's check the status. So if the status is succeeded, if so, then we have our object. And if not, then there was some kind of error. So fail to load this object. But if it did succeed, which it should, if so, then over here we can call instantiate. Let's spawn our prefab. So let's go inside the async operation handle, and inside to grab the resulting object that was loaded is inside the result. This one, as you can see, takes a game object, which is the type that we're using. Okay, so that's it. We go into the addressables. We ask it to load an asset asynchronously. We give it the path for the asset that we want to load. This returns an async operation handle because, again, this one is asynchronous, so this does not complete the loading immediately. It does not block the game, the code continues to run. Then grabbing on this one, we can listen to the completed event. So when that eventually finishes loading in the background, when that happens, this function is called, we check if it succeeded, and if so, then we finally instantiate the game object. Okay, so with this, let's test. So here we are, and there's no object in our scene. Now I press a button, and this time it takes a bit longer, but yep, the object is dynamically loaded in the background, and when it's ready, the object is spawned. Okay, great. So just with this simple thing, we can already compare with the previous demo. So let's make a build to see that. Let's do the exact same thing, just save the scene, go into File, Build Settings, and let's make a build just like the same. Okay, so now it's making a build, and this time it actually takes a bit longer to make the build since it's also going to be compiling and compressing the asset bundle. Okay, so the build is done. Now, once again, let's pay attention to the unloading time. So let's double click and wait for the window. And okay, 1, 2, and there you go. In just 2 seconds instead of 20. So as you can see, much faster. The reason for that is, of course, because it's not automatically loading that object at runtime immediately when the build launches. And we can verify that by looking in the task manager. So up here we do see we are currently only using up 137 megabytes. So nothing close to the 600 or 800 from before. And now if I press the button, now the object is being loaded. You can see over there it's currently reading and writing to the disk. So it's loading everything currently into memory. And after a bit, yep, here is our object spawn and the memory did go up. So just with this simple demo, we can already see the massive difference that it makes. Our game loaded much faster and memory usage stayed low since the object was only loaded when we actually needed it. Okay, now let's keep learning some more about addressables. Like I said, this is just one method to load. You can write a path string and load it. Also, we can simplify this like with any callback. So instead of having to define a separate function and storing our async operation handle, let's just call this. And then immediately when we call, let's subscribe to the completed event. And instead of using a separate function, let's use a lambda function. So let's define an async operation handle and do a lambda function. Inside, we're going to do the same thing that we're doing here. All right, so there it is. We're still doing exactly the same thing, but everything is much more compact. This can be useful because it does not require a separate function definition. So like I said, this method is using a string for the path. As a general rule, you should always avoid using strings as much as possible. Strings are super brittle. It's really easy to make a mistake with any of it. For example, if you just miss one letter or just capitalize, so the I put it capitalized. If I do this and we test, yep, there we go. We have an error because again, the string path, this one is case sensitive. So as you can see, strings are very brittle, very easy to make mistakes. So let's avoid using strings. And the best way to do that is using something called an asset reference. Let's make it a serialized field so we can set it in the editor of type asset reference, asset reference. Let's see in the editor what this looks like. So there it is, we've got our reference, and now if we want, we can drag it straight from the addressable groups. So if I drag the environment, drag it on top of there, yep, there you go, it does work. I can also drag the prefab from the project window, or alternatively, I can click on the little search button, and over here select any of the addressables included. Also, if you drag a different asset that is not included in the group, so right now these are the only ones in the group, and over here I've got another environment small. If I drag this one on there, you can see, yep, it does drag it on there and automatically adds it to the group. Okay, so we have our asset reference. Now over here we can load this asset reference directly. So we just go to this one, and inside this one, let's call load asset async. And again, let's do the same thing, give it the type. So the game object type. And we're going to load it, and this one takes no parameters, and everything else is pretty much exactly the same. So let's actually get rid of this, and yep, everything else is exactly the same. So this function still returns an async operation handle, everything still works the same, except now we don't have strings. So let's test this to see. So here we are with nothing, press the button, and yep, there you go, it does spawn the object. Okay, so that's the asset reference method. Another way to load an asset is with a label. Over here.
One sec.
So we have our asset reference. Now over here there and automatically environment small. If I drag this one on there, you can see, yep, it does drag it on there and automatically adds it to the group. Okay, so we have our asset reference. Now over here we can load this asset reference directly. So we just go to this one, and inside this one, let's call load asset async. And again, let's do the same thing, give it the type. So the game object type, and we're going to load it, and this one takes no parameters. And everything else is pretty much exactly the same. So let's actually get rid of this, and yep, everything else is exactly the same. So this function still returns an async operation handle, everything still works the same, except now we don't have strings. So let's test this to see. So here we are with nothing, press the button, and yep, there you go, it does spawn the object. Okay, so that's the asset reference method. Another way to load an asset is with a label. Over here in the addressable groups, we can see over here we've got a part for the labels. And if we click on each of these drop-down menus, we can see all of our labels. And of course, we can add some more. So let's click on the little gear icon. And over here, we've got a list of all of our labels. Let's create one. Let's call it environment. Then we can close this one over here for the environment small. Let's put it on that one. Also, when it comes to labels, you can have multiple objects. So if I want, this one can also be on there. And you can also assign multiple labels. So if I click on this, yep, you can select multiple. All right, so this object now has a label. And for loading, we can use the same method as previously, using the key. The key can be a path or it can be a label. That would work just the same. Or again, if we want to avoid strings, we can use a different thing. This one is an asset label reference. We can use this. Here in the editor, it has a nice drop-down menu, so let's select the environment label.
That's badass. All right, so we're going to use that. That was in the... So in our code right now, we were doing it with a string right here. And instead, we're going to use asset label reference. That's so cool. All right, so we save it. Now we go to Unity. And we will bring up our window. What was I thinking? Asset management, addressables, group. I'm gonna go ahead and put this like here. So now we can select our level editor and we have a reference. Well, I guess I didn't even, yeah, right there. Boom, blocks. That is awesome. All right, so I'm glad I watched this video instead of just going with what Copilot spit out, because I wouldn't have even known about that shit. So, you know,
We can use this.
the AI tools, you know, can get you there and all that, but still good to just go out and look at other shit people have made, you know.
So addressables,
Look at tons of examples of the
type,
usage of
object,
these systems like
and for the name,
addressables.
let's pass in just the asset label reference. So just this one, then it's the exact same thing, go into the completed and so on. So let's see this. So here we are, and I press the button, and yep, there you go, it does load. Okay, so everything is working correctly. Now with this asset reference, you can reference anything.
Action
So for example, over here
callback.
on the asset reference file, you can see that I've got some sprites that I dragged in there. So if I go, I can select one of these. However, over here in the code for this asset reference, let's go back into the previous method. Over here, we are loading this asset reference as a game object, but here in the editor, we drag the sprite reference. If we try running this code, and I press the button, and there you go, got an error. We can see the error is because the asset exists as a texture 2D, which is not assignable to the requested game object type. So this is the error, the code is expecting a game object, but over here I dragged a different reference because I can drag any reference onto this field. As another example over here, I've also got some audio files, so I can also drag it on there, and there you go, that one goes in there. And again, this one would also cause an error. So asset reference can be quite error prone, and to solve that, there are some helpful reference type that force some limitations on the type of the objects. For example, we have asset reference game object. This one, like the name implies, only receives game objects. Then we've got two more. So asset reference, we've got a texture 2D. As you can see, we have a sprite, atlas sprite, and so on. So there are multiple of these to enforce a specific type. We can see this in the editor. So we have this game object. Let's put this one there. Let's see it. So here we have the asset reference game object. And if I try to drag the coin reference, nope, I can't do that. Try to drag the audio clip, nope, does not work. It only works if I drag an actual game object. So this would help prevent that error in the code. However, as you can see, there aren't all types. So for example, there isn't any type for an audio clip. But if you need that, then you can actually create it yourself. If we inspect the code for this, we can see that this is pretty much just a class that extends asset reference T and then has a type and just has a constructor with the GUID. So you can pretty much just do this for any type we want. So for example, let's go up here, let's make a public class. Let's call it asset reference audio clip.
That's cool.
Let's extend asset reference T and then inside put the type. So in this case, audio clip. So you have this and we just need to implement the constructor. So let's use the helpful Visual Studio to create it automatically. So here it is, we don't need any behavior, anything at all. So that's it, this works. Now, obviously, in order for this to show up in the editor, we need to mark this as serializable. So system.serializable. Okay, and now here we can now use that one. So we can use an asset reference audio clip. Okay, let's see this in the editor. There's the asset reference audio clip, and clicking on the button, yep, the only thing I can select is indeed an audio clip. Then for loading any of these separate types, it works exactly the same as previously. Also, one more thing is you can immediately instantiate a reference directly. So for example, when working with game objects, that can be a bit faster than doing all of this. So we can go into that asset reference and call instantiate async. We can optionally give it a parent, instantiate in world space, give it a position, quaternion, and so on. Or if not, let's just do this. And now this one also returns an async operation. So if you want to know when this actually completes, you could subscribe to this, or just don't do that and just call instantiate async. So let's comment out this so we only run this code. And if we test this, so here we are and press the button, and yep, there you go, the object is spawned automatically. So if you want to spawn, then this is much more compact than this. Now, like I mentioned, you can make an entire folder as addressable, so let's see how to load multiple assets at once. Here in the addressables group, I already made my special sprites folder, which inside has a bunch of sprites. This one is now an addressable. Then here in the code, let's load the entire folder. So let's go into addressables, and then instead of going into load asset async, let's go into load assets async. plural. Let's load a bunch of sprites. Then it takes a key, so this is the path, pretty much like we already saw. This one can also take a list of keys, so we can give it a list of string. Then here we can type one path, then another path, and so on, and it will load all of the objects. Or alternatively, we can also load the entire folder at once. However, this is actually a bit tricky. It took me quite a while to figure this out. If you just type in the string for the folder, so here in the group, if you want to look in there, this is the path, so let's copy this. So over here, if I paste that path, if you use this method, then yep, here we can see we get an error. Alternatively, on the asset reference field, you can drag the folder and drag it straight in there. Then over here, try to use the asset reference in there. However, if we try this, and nope, this one also gives the same error. So basically, we cannot load the folder directly. The folders that we see over here inside the Addressables group, this one is really just meant for organization, meant for organizing all of the objects inside it, but you cannot reference the folder directly. So the only two options to loading all of these objects would be to either manually drag the reference for each individual object, but that kind of defeats the purpose of having a folder with multiple objects. So another better approach is to simply make a label. So let's click here, let's go manage our labels, let's make a new one, special sprites. Okay, we've got a label, so now let's assign it over here. And yep, as you can see, all of the objects inside the folder, all of them get the exact same label. And now, in order to avoid using strings, we can go into our object, and on the asset label reference, let's use that label. Then over here, let's use the asset label reference like that. With this, now it will indeed load everything in that folder. And then the function over here, as you can see, has a second parameter. This is an action that is going to run on every asset. So let's grab the sprite that is going to run, and let's just do a log on it. So debug.log on the sprite. Okay, so let's test and see if we see a log for every single object inside that folder. So here, if I press T, and if there go all of the objects. So $gamepad coin, which are exactly all of the sprites that I added to this, every single object inside that folder. So here, so let's test and see, just do a log on it. So debug.log on the sprite. Okay, so let's test and see if we see a log for every single object inside that folder. So here, if I press T, and if there go all of the objects. So $gamepad coin, which are exactly all of the sprites that I added to this folder. Also, one more thing on folders, if you make a folder addressable and then you drag another object inside that folder, so for example, if I duplicate an object here, so I did not specifically make this object addressable, but since it's inside an addressables folder, then it automatically becomes addressable. However, there's actually a small bug over here on the addressable groups window. As you can see, I add that one, so I've got $and $1. I've got those two objects, but over here I can only find $. It does not show the other one. However, again, this is just a visual bug. If I close the Addressables group window and I open it up again, so let's go into Window, Asset Management, open up the groups.
Why is that?
Expand it.
How is that?
Yep, there we go. Over here, I do see the $2.
There's got to be a refresh
so
or
whenever
something.
you add objects, so for example, if I take it out, then it's no longer in there, but over here it still is. So this is just a visual bug.
That's dumb. There's got to be. There's got to be. Oh, what am I thinking? Creating a group, no. Inspect, check for content, update restrictions. Window, profiles, label, analyze. Show sprite, group hierarchy. Use existing. Use asset database. Okay, I guess there isn't a refresh. Whatever. Okay. Good to know.
Anything you put inside this folder will always be included. So if I run the build, and I'll press the key, and over here, yep, we do see all 4 sprites. And of course, since you can load objects at runtime, you can also unload them. For that, you can use addressables.release. You can use this one and pass in the async operation handle. Alternatively, you can go into Addressables and use release instance. This one is useful if you previously used instantiate async. So for example, let's test this. So let's grab this one. So we call instantiate async. And now we need to keep track of the instantiated object. So a private game object for the spawn game object. Then over here we call instantiate async. Let's listen to the completed event. So when this happens, we've got over here the spawn game object. So let's simply set the spawn to this game object. Although actually this one does not have a game object, it has an async operation. And then inside it we get the result, and that is what actually contains the game object. Okay, so we've got the spawn game object reference. Let's make another input. So if input get key down. And on this one, now let's use the same reference and call release instance and pass in the spawn game object. All right, so that's it. Let's just comment this out. So let's make a build and look at the memory and see what this does.
I can tell you what it do.
Okay, so here's the build. Again, since I'm using addressables, the memory footprint is real low, so only 136. Now I press the button to load the assets. And there you go, it starts loading them up. And yep, here it is. So the memory went all the way up to 616. Now I press the button to unload it. And yep, there you go, the object is destroyed. And over there, the memory comes back down. Also, another thing is the assets are automatically unloaded from memory when you do a simple scene change. So if you were to add Unity engine.scene management, and then up here on a scene, if you would do scene manager.load scene, if you would load a different scene, then yep, it would automatically destroy the objects and release the memory. Although do keep in mind this only works automatically if you use single scene mode. If you're using additive scene loading, then they stay unloaded since Unity does not know which assets you no longer need. Now there are some more things related to addressables if you want to dive deeper. For example, as we saw, you've got a bunch of profiles. So you can click here to go into manage profiles, or alternatively go into window, asset management, addressables. Let's load up the profiles. Now these are used for easily setting up, for example, a profile for testing, another one for production, and so on. As you can see, each profile defines where exactly is the local and the remote paths. I cover how to handle the remote paths in the next lecture. Then another helpful window is once again go into asset management. Over here we've got the settings. Then here you have tons and tons of options. Another one you have is also the useful events. So if you see here the event viewer, this one, as you can see, has a warning. So you need to enable over here on the settings, send profiler events. So this one needs to be enabled. And now if we try running the game like this one kind of acts like a profiler. So if I go and now look in the console and I press the button, and there you go, it does start loading the things. And after a while, yep, it instantiates the object. So you can stop at any point and see exactly what it did. Then over here, you also have the Analyze window. This one lets you pretty much see dependencies. It analyzes all of the rules that you define and finds all of the dependencies within your asset bundles. And finally, there's the Hosting window. This one is for a more complex use case where you want to connect to an external host to let you upload builds and content. Okay, so all of that is the basics of addressables. A really useful way to have
I want to know
more
about that
control over
part,
your
damn it.
memory and dynamically load your object.
Whatever. All right. So we learned a lot about addressables right there. We learned a lot. So when we're going to be using these object references, and we can create specific ones to avoid a lot of bullshit. So I don't need to go crazy. I need to just create the bare minimum viable product or, mod situation and test it out. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to implement a spawn God, this is gonna be so fucking easy if everybody gets. Yeah, no Lua. You use Unity. You write in C#. You. Oh my gosh. I'm in love. Okay. So let me think. Again, I'm gonna keep it simple, but I'm gonna take all of this. Because basically the first thing I'm going to be exposing to the players is the the ability to place objects in the world, remove them, edit them, and add a custom object from their mod into the level editor. There's the 4 functions we're going after. And yeah, that's it. That's the 4 functions. And I'm going to focus on this, and I'm going to get it done. I might even pop my earbuds in and turn some music on so I can jam, really zone out. Because I don't want to get in trouble for playing music over the stream. Because I haven't figured out how not to get in trouble for that. Alright, I'm going to add this to the class, even though the class is getting big. Well, actually, I really want... Yeah, I'm going to put it in the class for now. I don't want to expose everything in this class. I'd prefer to, but how do I, and you know, anyways, I'll worry about restricting later. Oh, yeah, and because of those methods, they don't need the grid system or anything to test their custom object. Yeah. Okay. Dude, I'm so fucking excited by this. This is so powerful. It's crazy. Like, and again, I think what my goal with this game is going to be is the most moddable turn-based game out there. You know, it's just really focused on the modding and the ability for players to do what they want with it and create all kinds of stuff. And now leveraging Unity's addressables, I can give them workflows to create stuff that will go into the game using tools that are way more powerful or built for the job versus Lua and all that I was about to do. And I might actually allow Lua scripting as well. But yeah, I could allow Lua scripting too. Oh shit, sorry. But I think addressables is really the way to go here. This is so where we're going to end up with this is I'm going to have a second Unity project open. It's going to be the mod project. I'm going to import the package with my level editor script and whatever they need to allow me to build this mod over here. And then I'm going to export this. I'm going to create the addressable build and build it and get the pack. And now I can take it over to the game, place it in the mods folder, and it'll load it all up. All right. All right, so let's do this. Do I want to allow bait? I think I do. I want to allow them to override anything, you know? Can scripts be addressables? I mean, totally could, right? Everything locked. No, I guess not. Okay. That makes sense, I think. Can I drag it into the window? Nope. So scripts can't be addressables, which makes sense. But I was just pontificating. All right, so here's going to be our mod manager. I've already built a mod manager that does a bunch of this already. If I can allow, basically now I would just implement Steam Workshop support, and I think modders could upload their addressable pack, and yeah. God, this is getting me so pumped. That was a burp. The one thing we need to do is add this to the folder structure. So create the mod. Let's go ahead and open up our Unity project for that. This will be the mod example project that I give to modders. And yep. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. 1 second, I need to shut my door. Okay, so this is the mod project. I'm going to, the first step the modder has to do is install addressables from the Unity registry. Step 1, I guess I can write my documentation. No. Maybe. I don't know. I guess I don't need to. I got it documented over there in Copilot. I can just copy it from there. All right, so Addressables is installed. Now the next step, I need to export the level editor. All right, so let me do that. Okay, yeah, everything's back to normal. What did I change? Oh, I added this stuff. That's all good. So, oops. I wonder if I can have scripts that run at the time of installation, so I can... Oh, anyways, I'll think about that later. We need a mods folder. Anyways... Let's get the level editor exported. I cannot believe they really polled people and said, "Hey, do you really use export package? Is it? We're thinking about getting rid of it. It is one of the most handy scripts there is. I don't need all of that. See, that's." Now I know there's dependencies that I'm not thinking of. Level grid. Most of the level editor is concepts it knows, and radial menu manager. I don't. We're going to disable that so we don't have to bring that. And again, this is an example of stuff. This is an asset I bought. I don't want to, I'm never going to want to package up scripts that aren't mine. So I have to always, when it comes to this kind of stuff now as a modding, if I'm going with the modding in mind, my classes will I will create classes that interact with the assets that I purchased that I don't want to expose to modders. The classes will interact with those, and what they will expose is methods that don't leverage any of the classes or models need it. And this is why it's not good to put those API methods in here. Yeah, so I'm gonna take them out. That's what I'm doing. Let's see what. So to open up the Copilot prompt inline like that, you got to hit Alt backspace or question mark key, whichever one it is. That's forward, back. I never know. I always get it wrong. All right, so now let's save it. I'm going to go to assets, game, scripts. Level editor, obviously. All right. I'm gonna delete these bad boys. Save it. Recompile, yes. Oh, I have errors. Yep, that's what I thought. Well, no, I totally expected this. Level editor instance play. Huh. It attempted. So this is the stuff that I need to figure out. So what I could do is I make it isolated completely, and then whenever you place object at position, what it'll do is it will store it and list and keep track of it here at this level, but then at the end of this, I invoke an event So what I am gonna share, this is how I can keep my code, a lot of my code back, because again, I'm hesitant to just put my whole level, all these scripts I've worked really hard on, into, you know, a package and giving them to people so they can mod. I want to keep my logic here. So what I'm gonna have an event API class. Anything that's an API labeled class going forward will now be a class in related to modding, and it will usually be a wrapper or an interface between, you know, my code that I've been working on, all the assets code that I've purchased in my project that I can't give to modders. I imagine I can't. Like, how does addressables and Unity assets you purchased work? If I put icons, images in a addressable, well, that's why I have to keep the pieces that I give to them can only be scripts. It can only be stuff that I wrote to give to them that somehow gets back to the game. And it isn't, yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, maybe. And I think I've got it. And it's using events. So we need an event manager API class. What was that first one? That's wild. It's crazy how the AI or Copilot kind of IntelliSense this. It kind of is like, oh, could it hear me talking? Like, it knew that I was trying to create, well, I guess it based it off of this name, and then it knows I've used the instance pattern like this with my singletons, and then it, you know, it deferred from me naming this, because what I'm doing right now, a lot of ways I like to create classes or methods and shit is I type it out like this, and then I let it generate it, instead of like creating a new file, all that crap, or typically, well, not for the class, but for methods. Trigger event. I like this idea, but I don't like this. And this is baffling me. When we have level editor instance ID counter, why would I need that? Current IO, that's just taking shit up. I mean, it might be info, grid position, and then category. It guesses on this here. But really what I would do is return the placed object. On placed object, what information should be the placed object, honestly. And so I wrote that out so I can see if I can get Copilot to finish this. So I'm going to hit Alt backspace. Now create the event. See, I want to get speech to recognize, or actually, how do you do that? I forget. There's a Windows key. There it is right there. Windows logo, Control S. This is shitty, but it'll get it by. Desktop microphone. Oh, it's gonna make me train, probably. It's got the wrong microphone. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Can you hear me? I guess I shouldn't dick with this right now. Well, it's fine. I'll fix it. But hopefully it'll... There we go. I gotta get a drink before I do this bullshit. You guys ever use this? It's decent. It's gonna be good enough to do it. I can write prompts without typing, and now I'm doing 0 typing for coding is basically my goal. Well, I'm not gonna reach that. I can't do 0. No way in hell, but Peter dictates to his computer. He prefers it to typing, and particularly prefers it to pen and paper. Yeah, I bet you didn't hear me. Open Cortana. That's funny. This thing is old. You will not be able to use speech recognition. It'll be removed in a future update. We encourage you to use voice access, launch voice access, and continue working. Oh, so they have updated this. I'm very excited. Windows is cooking. What the hell? All right. Yeti microphone. Sound settings. Oh, I don't need that. Bring ideas to life. Try voice access now. Say, click start guide. Voice access, wake up. Click start guide. Click cat. Show numbers here. Two. Click 3. I don't know. Show grid here. Oh my god, it's just an upgraded version of this. Five. Undo that. Oops. Five. 6. 7. 6. Click. Move your mouse pointer to the prop using the grid, then click. Click. Okay, that's weird. Or I get it. Number overlay. Show numbers. What was the number overlay? Show numbers here. Show numbers here. 7. Show numbers here. 8. Give me treats. Click clear all. Down with communism. That's weird. Aw, isn't that cute? That's adorable. All right, we're done with this shit. Select that. Select that. Select that. Taco cat. Select that. Select that. It's getting what I said. Yeah, this tutorial is broken. Anyways, we're down a rabbit hole. I get down these rabbit holes, man. I swear to God. I'm making progress on the modding though, but I'm trying to get super lazy. Maximize window. Unmaximize window. Unmaximize window. Maximize window. Oh. Open Notepad++. Yeah. Thought so. Dumb. Anyways, let's see if we can work with it in Visual Studio now. Oop. Create the class Event Manager API. Create a class space. Wow, this is terrible. All right. Stop. Create a class named Event Manager API. Period. For every method in Level Editor API, have it trigger an event. Oh God, this is terrible. It's not working. Fucking wasting my time. Stop it. Shut off. Oh, I can turn off the profanity. Nice. All right, I may try this again in a second, but I want to get this working. Let's see if that works. I could have done it by now, dicking with that speech thing, but whatever. Let's get my screen real estate back. All right, Event Manager API, I love you. You're creating the instance. It knows what I like. It knows what I like. Event listeners. So we're going with the dictionary of Unity actions and event listeners. That's fine. Maybe not. But the event listeners have an object. They could pass whatever they want back and forth. No, hold on. I'm going to get a little stricter on that. Okay, so this is how everyone's going to work. They're going to pass in a string, the name and their action. That's going to be the event. And then they can trigger that. I like it. I like it. Trigger event on placed object. No, these were already there. It did. It kind of did what I wanted, but it didn't do it. Um, so I think I'm gonna one script is gonna be just for enumerations, and one of the enumerations is gonna be events, and that means the event enumeration class is shared between me and the modders, and they can squash my list or they can squash each other's. So I don't want to do that. What I want to do, well, no, they won't include the enum class, but they won't be able to add to this. I guess the string system is not ideal, but I'll probably move all these API classes out into an API thing. So I'm getting too many folders going on. I got to clean up and slow down and organize. But because of addressables and me, the purge is coming. Trust me, the purge is coming. The purge. Okay, that's right. This is still going to have errors. All right. That's another thing I want to add is, so API. So here's the API classes, and then we're gonna have models, and then we're gonna have if I go low editor, it's public. Why doesn't place objects by ID, placeable? Yeah. That's the only one exposed. Public dictionary. Why is that one exposed and nothing else? I'm gonna fucking. Oh, it's this. No, yeah. The dictionary can be seen. Oh. Still doesn't make why. I should be able to see all the events too. Yeah. So why can't I see? Okay, they're all there. But placed objects, I can't see. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? We place an object. We add it to placed objects. Oh, it's private. That's why. Come join your brothers. Really, what I should do. No. I'm not gonna get that fancy yet. You just wait. All right, so we got that. Level instance ID counter. I'm not going to worry about this because it's just ticking up. Cody's on the Jeep. Oh, placed object data. You. I guess I'll include you. So placed object data. Why can't it find that? It was just typoed? Okay, cool. How can it not? Oh, it fucking capitalized everything. Which actually I hate that. Um, uh, shit. That's why I want the counter. How can I do this? Oh, that's right. This is going to do all this work, and then it's going to fire off an event. Come on, good. That'll be good enough for now. Stupid ass script fucking doing stupid shit. Shit. No, I gotta. It all works off that damn ID counter. No, wait. This is me placing an object. So I've instantiated it, placed object, and I'm using the in just an ID, so I can do this. Yeah, that's fine. So unique ID dot. What the fuck is this? So it's gonna be an int, isn't it? It's an int. It's gonna map. It's gonna find that placed object by that ID. For now, I'm just gonna put 0. We'll fix it in a minute. Current documents. I'm not doing this shit over and over again. AI's helping. Look at this fucking hindering is what it's doing. Okay, wait, no, I can just do this. Just how come I can't see that? Public event. Oh, right. So I need the level editor API has to invoke the internal code that I'm trying to protect subscribes to level editor API, or level editor subscribes to level editor API, and that's how they're going to talk. Get the hiccups all of a sudden. By the end of this, modders will be able to place objects into the level. They will be able to remove them, edit them, and add new objects, new models, new pieces to the building system or the level editor. Because I'm badass like that. I've got to keep references of level editor out of the API, right? That's not what I'm doing though. I guess I'm going to give them the level editor script. But what is it? What is the caveat that I just thought of? I was like on the tip of my tongue. Modder calls place object. It comes in here. It places the it will invoke an event manager API event called place object or level editor place object, and that will call the level editor. Oh, sorry. Is it quiet now? Can you hear me? Okay. I was leaning back pontificating. Yeah. Well, I was leaning back. And I got So, hey, how's it going, Daniel? We're building a level editor using Unity's address or mod system. We're building mod support using Unity's addressable system. No. I'm not a dev for the Calamity mod. I would like to mod Terraria sometime. That'd be cool. This is my own video game that I'm building. Yeah, it's a turn-based kind of sandbox, super moddable game. I'm trying to basically just create like, I don't know, this like kind of almost like Baldur's Gate kind of flow of a game, but with like, you know, survival elements and roguelike elements, but it's extremely moddable. So people would use Unity to create mods for this game and use the same workflow that I'm doing to create mods, and then it'll expand the game and whatnot. But yeah. Well, Calamity is kind of like a code name. It's kind of what I've called it, the project, for, you know, forever. It's going to be probably the final name is going to be something. It may not be Calamity, or I like the word Calamity a lot. Like, so it may be like Calamity this or that, or I don't know. It's, as of right now, it's just a project code name if you want to think of it that way. Yep. Terraria is C# and XNA. They use XNA, Microsoft's XNA, and I actually built a game engine kind of with XNA that was a pixel artist isometric game world where pixel artists could submit their art. Like, say they had a lampshade like this. This is a lamp. They could submit the texture of the lamp to the game engine, and then they could show me where think of it as an isometric game, and then they give me an image that is black wherever the lamp is actually touching the ground. And what my game would do with those two images is import it and create the physics object, and that lamp could now be spawned into the world and it actually be moved and knocked around and shit. It was a project I did years and years ago, but the Calamity mod is hard shit, man. I don't think I got to the end of it. Me and my son were playing it, I think, and we were on like the hardest difficulty level. Yeah, it was getting tough. There's a good modding scene around Terraria. And with it's crazy, like Unity addressables, like I'm going to use it for the modding for this game. And basically, like, I have this second project open called Mod Example. And what you would just open a new Unity project, you'd install the addressables package from Unity. You would import my package of the scripts or the API scripts for modding. And then you could actually create mods in this. Then you have to use the addressable system to label or group and label your content, and then you build your addressable pack, and now you can like upload to Steam Workshop and then download it, and I can import that, what you did in the Unity editor, essentially into the game as part of the game now. Whereas I was going with Lua, my modding approach was going to be like Zomboid with Lua scripts and using resources .load. This is just such a better way because I can bring in and out shit in and out of memory and all that. But all right, let me get back to what I was doing here. My brain was all right. So this is the level editor API. Whenever modder will use this class to interact with the level editor in the game. So they say they want to place an object at a position, because the reference here is to level editor. Oh, I know, man. That is a labor of love. Open source, like project contributors, modders, yeah, like unsung heroes, man, and some of the most talented people in the world. You know, that's what's crazy. Recruiters and stuff should look at mods and things people do like that. If you wanted to find someone really badass, man, that's actually like a non-traditional way of kind of finding some talent. Yeah, they're just unsung heroes. All right, so I'm going to have events. No, the event manager is how I'm going to talk to level editor from level editor API. That's right. So event manager is allowed. Okay, the event manager is allowed to know and interact with all my other classes, right? The event manager API. So I'm going to have events in here for each one of these actions, and this will actually pass on the data and wire up the event and invoke it to the actual level editor. And now the modders have no access to the level editor. So then what this is going to look like then is event manager. Now this is where I don't want to use string names, but I think I'm going to have to use some string names. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep, it is take forever. And again, modders really breathe life into a video game, honestly. Like Project Zomboid, if it just stayed vanilla, like whatever, people play it's run its course, but the modding community behind it's so strong that I mean, I come back to that game and try a whole new mod setup every couple years or months and whatever. It's just, yeah, again, it's just, they are not appreciated enough. And they do such badass work. All right, so this is going to trigger event on place object, and the data it's going to pass. I actually think I'm going to still support Lua modding because I've already got it working. I can load and execute scripts at runtime for Lua. So actually, as I'm building out these API classes, I'll use the Moon Sharp attributes and stuff to expose these methods into Lua. Yeah. Yeah, these all could be exposed auto magically. So what's really cool is this what is it? There we go. Lula right here. This is a wrapper. This is a $15 asset on Unity. But I right here doing this right here, and then I gotta create a register method to register some data types to Lua. But this automatically exposes all these public things to the Lua scripts. Yeah. Yeah. And it should be easy to keep the modder stuff documented because I'm isolating or I'm creating wrappers and interfaces. You know, I'm abstracting away from the core game code that I'm writing so that it'll be a lot less stuff I have to like document and stuff for them. All right, so we triggered the event. We have our data. We need to pass it. But event, do I want a generic? No, the events don't have to be dynamic like this. I can just do and then I can just this is one of my favorite way to create a method in C#. I just kind of type it out in place, and then I hit Control period, and it'll generate the method for me. Boom, right there. Love it. I don't like this part though. Internal. It always sets it to internal. All right. This is why I needed a name. Well, no. This is a level, the modder is calling this method, and I'm going to invoke this event, or I'm going to call this event manager API event, and then shit. We'll invoke it. It will invoke the place object at position, and level editor script will subscribe to this, and that way there's no reference to level editor script here at all. So I don't need to include level editor in the scripts I give to the modders. I just have to include this guy and the level editor API. Yes, this is how it works. So I need what's your primary language you write in? Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Yeah, what languages do you write in? Are you Unity Dev, Unreal Dev? Keep it real Dev? Awesome, awesome. Tell you what, C sharp. Oh, buddy, I love C sharp. It Microsoft's really spoiled developers with it. Yeah, I love Visual Studio. Years of using it though, like VS Code's just too stripped back. Like I don't know. I like all my tools. Writer, I was using Writer and their AI or whatever for a bit. It's really good. But I just can't paying a subscription for a fucking IDE. I don't know. I wish I just had a perpetual license. Yeah. Yeah, I started with C++ when I was 11, and then as the years gone on, I just got into C sharp, and I've just never looked back. I can write in any language you need, but I prefer C sharp. One sec while I do something here. Go cam off for just a second and work on something. So what did you say what mod you made with for Isaac? I think you said like a 20 item thing or something. So anything that is going to be able to be modified by modders will have to register events, subscribe to events on the Event Manager API. The Event Manager API has methods that can be called by API classes or mod classes that allow modding, and that's how the mod API classes will communicate with the core game. It's through an event system, and it decouples it to where I don't have to deploy my code to where the modders need all the code. They can still interact with my classes without me actually giving them the core game code to make it moddable. Maybe this is no, this is not overkill. This is going to make it a lot simpler, a lot cleaner. They have a lot less code and API to work with. It's easier to document. And yeah, there's not a million class files to confuse them. There's just a few that are targeted towards certain core elements of the game, so they can be modded. Then what? I can give them access to no, never mind. If the event system is string based, then both the API modders can actually add events. But how would my core game code ever even know about these events to leverage them? I'm going to keep the support here. And the way I'm going to encapsulate it to try to keep it from being too crazy and allow new custom events by string name is this. So I'm going to register, add event listener. Nope. Level editor. I don't want to use strings, man. I don't want to do it. It's too fragile. Place object. Custom object. Oh, that's it for now. So these are our events. Can I say? Yeah, I have to use the name. So here on trigger, we would call yeah, that works for me. So on startup, it's going to register. Okay, so we're not a mono behavior class. Do I care about that? I guess that's okay for now. Yeah, like here, so I'm going to control the events that are exposed. As I allow more access to different things, I'll add new events. And then there's the ability to just they can create events. Okay, this is why they would want to create events. So from their classes, they could create events that their other classes could then subscribe to or trigger. That way they can use events, because my code just not gonna, I'm not gonna know about a mod's events. The base game code, um, I could determine all the events or whatever, but I just wouldn't know how to dynamically interact with a modder's events. So I don't think there's a reason, or I don't know. Yeah, that them creating an event that I subscribe to in the core game isn't an avenue that's going to happen. It's always going to be, I have created events that are linked to core game code, and then modders can create events for their complex mod. So you got a really complex mod and you want this class to, well, they just use events like normal, and then whenever they need to interact with a game, they would go use an event manager API event. Yeah, so I'm trying to find a reason why I need string ones, but maybe not. I don't know. Is it type, which is not given. Oh. Why? Yet you did the code. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's right. I'll do. We're triggering the event. We're placing that in there. And that's how we're going to talk. Now I don't need. Oh, sorry. Thinking through some shit. Damn it. Hold on. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Made a mess. One sec. So that is fixed. I'm my mess. Let's go to the level editor. So level editor on start is going to register API events. All right, so we're going to do event manager. Can't believe the data is not. Very well. Let's do this instead. Oh shit. This class has no. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at the wrong thing. So I was wanting to pass. No, this will be. Yeah, no, it'll be this. I'm dumb. But these probably need to be public. Not much use. I can't pick and see them after you pass them. All right, so now we got ID, object ID. There we go. So we've successfully passed from the modder. The modder has sent me the object ID that he wants to spawn, the position, and the rotation. And they could possibly send me game objects also, I guess. I'm going to keep it simple. Let's get a mod that places an object from a modder into the system. That's it. That's the goal. So I've got the information. Now I can, I'm in the level editor and I can now do what I need to do. Yep, that right there. Place object position, boom. Modder has just placed an object in the game engine. I think I'm really doing this, man. Like, it's happening. So for now, I've only got one entrepreneur. They're gonna, yeah, for this mod, I'm just gonna say on API place. So on startup, level editor is going to register its events with event API manager. And then the modders can trigger those events. They'll call this, which okay. Yeah, that's fine. So I added the event of place object. They will call trigger place object at position, and it will trigger the event, and we're both using the same enum. Sweet. Awesome, awesome. Okay. I think this is everything I need for the first take here. So now what I have to do is we got to export the scripts the modders are going to need to do the work. And that's going to be event data, event management API, I could just bypass the level editor API for right now. Or no, I don't want to do that. Okay, so let's take all this. Just comment it out. Why do I need a bool? I guess that would let modders know if it works or not. But I don't know how I could fail it. No, I don't want to communicate all that shit back right now. If I can in the future, if I need to. Keeping it basic, keeping it simple. Let's get all this commented out so I can run a mod. All right. So we have our function, modding function. I don't want this right now. Keep it simple, stupid. So I need to export level editor API, the placed object event data, and the event manager API so the modders can access them. And then I believe we're going to be good. So I'm going to package up you, and you. Include dependencies. I guess I see why they have that on by default, but it should be off. All right, so we're exporting these scripts to, and this way it'll be in the same folder for the modders as it should be. Now modders, yeah, should not modify these classes. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, let's create our package. Let's go to our mod project, example mod. Modding. Let's call it packages. Call it that. All right. So we've added it to our project over here. Now I'm going to import my modding scripts that I've created for my modder. Like that. Let's see if they have errors. They shouldn't. I didn't use anything but simple. Oh. I left a using statement in there. I'll fix that over here. Okay. So now we're back in the mod project. We have our scripts. I'm going to create a game object. This is what I want right here. This is all I'm trying to do. So placeable object data. Custom prefab in the inspector. I don't need to do that. I just got to create a mod, example mod script. Something's getting lost in translation here. So I would create oh fuck, my brain's melting. Okay. They have the scripts. They will export their mod as a create a project, we're gonna create asset groups, organize the mod to in the addressable settings, configure the build and load paths typically. And the catalog.json file to addressables content. Okay. So they would, how does this work for scripts? Well, I guess, yeah, that they're just unloading a script there. What am I thinking here? I'm going to create an empty game object. I'm going to create a script in the mod called place object test. Then, so I will then attach this to set object. I did it twice because I wanted to be sure. And what this guy's gonna do is it's gonna say doodly-doo. Okay, good. There we go, it's fine. Oh, I guess I can implement the singleton pattern like Unity, but with just a straight up C# class. Cool. Hopefully that doesn't fuck with anything. Level editor API. Instance. Oh, those are static though. Let's do this instead. I really made object ID a string. The fuck? Whatever. So here's our class. Here's our mod. We're saying place the object 0 at, we'll say 20 on the Y. Now this should trigger the event in the game. Now I think what I can do here is asset managements, addressables, groups, and then I can take this, make it a prefab, add it to the addressables. Create label tests. All right, now we're going to there's a new addressable build report you can check out after your content build. However, this requires the debug build layout is turned on. The setting being edit preferences addressable. So I should be able to load this game object up as a test, and it will place an object in the game world. Now, I just created a mod. I think. I think. Give me just thick. Oh man, I think my mic's been muted forever. God damn it. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta get this damn Stream Deck thing configured right. I messed it all up. Hold on just a sec. Where the shit is this stuff? There's no way it's in here. Okay. Where does it put it? I don't know. Active build target. Um, it's got to be in here somewhere. Packed assets. Oh. Can't read build layout header, build layout found. That's, I don't know. Where does it store? The build path determines the asset bundles are stored when you build them. By default is Unity engines. Library / colony. Okay. Here we go. There's a bundle. I don't think I need that. Standalone, blah, blah, blah. By default, Unity stores those asset bundles in the library. Now I've got it. Now what? Um, think I've found the data, but um, so, in Unity, create addressable groups for mod assets. Ensure that the groups are configured to be loaded at runtime. Expose modding API. Placeable objects by objects. What am I thinking here? I need to get it into. Yeah, this isn't it. All right, so we're gonna expand our folder. Let's do this. Really, I don't know. Let's see if this works. I'm just gonna bring all of this. No, this is what I need. And the catalog. This needs to be formatted. Oh, come on. I don't have a formatter? Oh well. Anyways, I don't really need to know what's in this file, but I think I have to have it with it. Copy the addressable asset bundles and the catalog. What did I name it? Test. So now I need to do the same. All right, so actually, this is what I want to do. So let's go back to the mod. I want to create a group. Called mod content. We're going to take our object and put it in mod content as test. All right. Now, can I delete this one? This is going to what? What's going to happen? Mod content asset all okay. Technically, we should be able to load by label now with the way it is. This throws me off not being able to see. The level. Keep picking the wrong window. Okay. So fucking close here. Sorry about that. Mod location. What I need to do now is So we, the mod manager can't. This is just a game object. I'm trying to add a prefab, a game object. So I'm not trying to import anything fancy. There we go. So we're going to load this game object from the examples I've got are for adding the placeable object. Which really I could continue down that path. What did I need to do over here? I would need the scriptable object. I'm getting tripped up mentally. I'm almost there. I just got a few little things to tweak. So the mod has a game object. And I'm instantiating a game object. And that's it. We're not worrying about placeable objects. Interesting. I'm just going to instantiate the result. I don't think this is going to work because this is just the folder path. Like, oh, I guess it might support that. I don't know. I'm getting tired. Ooh, my bones. Oh, I'm so close. I don't want to, like, I know if I stop streaming, I'm going to continue working on it. I'm going to nail it. So I'm trying to just nail it. I want to load by label like I was. So, oops, sorry. Yeah, so I can just do let's just see what this does. Let's see if we get here. Do I got errors anywhere? We have the asset bundle in there. All right. I got this. We got this. All right, so this is assets, streaming assets, and I'm looking for mods, so that's obviously not going to find it there. Data paths, persistence. Fuck me. Let's just do this. We'll just do this. We'll hack it in there. Fuck sticks. It does that weird shit. Is it really gonna be? Oh, yeah. Let's just do this. This is the lazy way. Or, well, I'm all for it way. Maybe I need to come at it tomorrow with fresh energy. I don't know. I'm just like, yeah. Fuck it, let's just test this. I believe it is case sensitive. Shit. This is placeable objects. Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming at it tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes. It's been a good one. I'm so close. Just so fucking close to the modding system working. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Tomorrow morning I'll be up bright and early. I'll be coding all day Sunday. Um I'm gonna get this modding system working before the weekend's over. I'm on the cusp of it. Like, we're almost there. Actually, I'll try this one more time. No, it didn't hit the breakpoint. I know I'm not doing it right. All right. Have a good one, guys. I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a good one. May all your codes execute